やどうも Goal for Perth in the score number 13, Jamie Gale.
Sparrow Rector more year 5 than any coach in NPLW.
I don't know if it's cool to have a little bit.
Hey, Nova, you're going to take everyone's job. You're going to take everyone's job. I've got a referee, I've got to get it. You want to come back here? Save some money for other people. He did everything.
Take one.
Starting off in goals, number 23, Dale Schroeder. Number 2, Violet Longmore. Number 4, Hannah East. Number 5, April Nossi. Number 6, Hannah Collins. Number 7, Ruby Rush. Number 8, Daisy McCullum. Number 11, Victoria Boyer. Number 13, Sam Mullins. 15, Jess Flannery. Number 17, Kimberly McCartney. Fremantle City fans, your starting 11 for this semi-final. Number 1, Megan Phillips. 3, Annabelle Lee. 9, Sophie Megan. 11, Mia Yao. 14, Erin Schreier. 16, Denise Koyama. 17, Isabel Rush. 18,
Do you know who the referee is?
Referee.
Yeah.
Nah. It's the Irish bloke.
Stuart Beattie.
Feedback.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 semi-final of the NPLW Women's Night Series here in Perth in a lovely, little brisk, balmy night here in Dorrien Gardens in the city of Perth. Kelechi Osuna is my name, one part of the Perth Football Podcast. Joining me for this broadcast, it's a semi-final, so we thought we'd get the big guns in. Josh Chyatt, the greatest man from our podcast, joining us as well. Josh, how are you?
What a fantastic night it is. Kelechi Osunwa, Fremantle City, 3 straight victories to come through on top of their group into this game against Perth Soccer Club. Perth Soccer Club, the winners of the Cup last year in the Football West NPLW competition. Really exciting to have both these teams here on the big stage, and it does feel like there's been a bit of a shake-up in the order of things in the NPL women's competition just based on the pre-season so far.
Mate, just based on the pre-season as well, and you talk about the shake-up, and both teams are teams full of shake-ups with plenty of transition from both. You've got new managers in the dugouts, but there's a lot of familiarity between those new managers. Tom Glavovich taking over the reins here at Perth SC, and of course Sam Geddes also taking over the reins at Fremantle City. Both of them part of the NCC, both of them with a bunch of NCC players, both of them very familiar, and it should be an absolute cracking contest as we get underway.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to finally seeing Lena Wood in person as well, the striker who's made such a big impression coming over from the States for Fremantle City.
So far in the season, she's been coming off the bench and making a bit of an impact and a bit of a game changer. But yeah, getting to start today, and Fremantle City, of course, in the famous purple and black, going from right to left. Perth SC, the Azzurri. Azzurri, I'm pretty sure, means blue in Italian from back in the day. So obviously they're in the blue there as well, going from left to right. And that's a flick on through. Sam Mathers tries to get a touch in. And Mathers in through on goal here. She's got opportunity. Sophie, a bit of a block there, and it all goes a little pear-shaped and a bit of a clearance there. There was a bit of a helter-skelter moment there from Perth SC. You could see the bit of the pressure and the speed and intensity that they kind of moved the ball through there. Hannah Collins with the shot that eventually went up and high and wide. Hannah Inch combining really, really well with, I'm pretty sure, that was Sam Mathers cutting inside from midfield.
Sam Mathers almost getting on to the end of that through ball. Would have been an absolute dream start for Perth Soccer Club, for the Azzurri. The away team today, but playing at what is historically their home ground here at Dorrien Gardens. Very different Perth side to what we saw through a lot of last season under Danielle Brogan. Much younger. We know they've loaded up the bench with a lot of players who've aged out of the NTC program as well. So a lot to be excited about. They do come into this game, I feel, as underdogs, given what happened in the group stages, coming off a 5-2 loss last week against a very strong Balcatta team, which beat the Hyundai FA Academy to make it through to the final in the early game down here. A 4-1 win with Jamie Lee Gale putting the exclamation mark on the victory with a late strike.
It's been really cool watching these two teams. Of course, both of the managers being part of the NTC means that there's a familiar flavour and style in the play, and you could see the pressing on that time when Fremantle had the ball. You can see that pressing coming out this way as well, with Mia Yo winning the ball but being unable to find Lena Wood there. It's an uncharacteristically sloppy pass from Kim McCartney in that situation. But McCartney, of course, is one of the players who have stayed on from last season. Considering the amount of transition that's happened in the side, a player of her ilk is just a really good person to have in the team, especially when there's a lot of transition, a lot of movement, and a lot of changing going on as well, Josh.
They have experience and they have stability across the back. They've got Kim McCartney there. Matilda Bowen played a lot of football in the centre-back position last year for the Perth Soccer Club. They've got April Noscent out on the right fullback position, and looks like potentially Hannah Collins, is it, who's over on the left. Did play a lot, or in fact in defensive midfield. So there is a bit of stability there. Obviously a new goalkeeper behind them in Dale Schroeder. One of the storylines today, she's been the starting goalkeeper pretty much throughout the history of the NPLW competition for Fremantle City. So a very big move for her this season, moving to Perth Azzurri.
Yeah, it is, and I was just about to say that one of the trademarks that we've seen from this Fremantle side throughout the entire night series has been comfortable playing it out the back, but then she just knocked that ball out, so I'm glad I didn't give her the commentator's curse on that situation. Amazing run by Ruby Marshall.
And in fact, going down the other end, Megan Phillips starting in goals tonight for Fremantle City. She was in the NTC program last season, so obviously a player that Sam Gaddies knows well, and previously was a reserves goalkeeper down here at Perth Soccer Club. So plenty of familiarity among the sides here, as is common in West Australian football.
One of the players that we're delighted to see back in action, of course, is Jess Flannery after the injury curtailed her really good season last year, and she's on the ball now, trying to whip an in-swinger in. It's cleared away by Annabelle Leake. Only as far as Collins, who manages to win that ball back. She's got Flannery with her, but Janice Kiyama sends a crunching tackle in there to force a throw-in.
Yeah, Flannery, one half of the league's best strike partnership for the first half of last season, along with gold medal winner Ella Lincoln, who's doing so well, making her mark on the Perth Glory women's team, scoring her first ever A-League women's goal in a recent outing for the pro team here in Perth. So really exciting to see Jess Flannery out there. She injured her foot early last season, tried to play through it, and eventually had to take a rest for the second half of the campaign.
Mia Yo dispossesses Collins. She's got Lena Wood inside of her, plays it inside to Lena Wood, and Matilda Bomb just does superbly well to just usher her aside and put that one out to safety. Here's Yo. That's a terrific battle you're going to have to keep an eye out for, and that's Sophie Mead and then Sam Mathers, two players with incredible technique and ability, love expressing themselves on the ball as well. Kiyama, Isabel Lush, who had a terrific second half last week against Perth, the Red Stars. She just increased her tenacity and passion for the game and really did a good job pressing, because Red Stars started out like a house on fire last week when they played Fremantle City, and Isabel Lush was integral in making sure that that second half went Fremantle City's way.
And that's been probably the biggest shake-up that we've seen in the semi-finals. I don't think Perth Red Star have ever missed this stage in the NPLW Night Series competition. Victors last year in the final over Balcatta, so very strange not to see them on this stage, but I'm sure they'll be a factor when the season proper starts.
I'm pretty sure they've only not won it once in my entire time, and our time covering the entire and I think they lost the final that time as well. So yeah, it's foreign to not see Perth Red Star in the final or in any finals here in WA. And we talked about the transition that was happening in the league from a Fremantle and a Perth perspective, but there's actually transition happening there as well, with Carlos Vegamena departing as head coach. And don't know if you know this, Josh, but Reina Kagami's not walking through that door for them this season. So there's 20 goals and about 25 assists and key interceptions and passes. So this makes the league feel very wide open. Here's Tatum Spencer, who's been terrific on the ball playing centre half. Finds Wood. Back to Lush. Meaden. Lush. Strikes one. And it's meat and potato stuff for Del Schroeder.
I've already been very impressed so far with Isabel Lush's composure on the ball. She seems like the player that's set to pull the strings for Fremantle City in midfield. Playing under Sam Geddes, they'll definitely be a team that wants to keep possession of the ball, wants to play through the lines that of the Perth defence.
No, she will be, and I think they're part of that midfield that they've got there. Look at that from Spencer. Tatum Spencer's just been really, really superb. One of the players I've been really impressed with, and then you find out that she's 16 years old and just come from the NTC, and it really blows your mind, the amount of composure. And there's an interview that we did recently with Sam Mathers where she tells me that she's playing out of position at centre half. You would never know by watching, Josh. Marshall. Mathers.
Sam Geddes obviously has fantastic connections in the Perth football community here, including with ourselves at the Perth Football Podcast. Really looking forward to seeing her debut season as a senior head coach.
Maisie run by Inch. So win a corner. That's a really good intricate play there from Perth. And I see both sides who just really want to get the ball down. Both sides want to play. And I find it such a fascinating battle because of the familiarity that's there, because of the training and the infrastructure, but sometimes it just comes down to set pieces and big time moments. Half cleared by Spencer, through to Osborne. Collins. McCartney. A little bit of pressure there from Mia Yo means that she wins the throw.
Looks like it's Violet Longmore, in fact, out on the left-back position for Perth, who we referenced before, one of the many players who've come out of the NTC competition this season. She was a fantastic player for them, and one of their stars that season where they broke through to win the State Cup a couple years ago with a group of players that, for now, we're probably calling the golden generation of the NTC, but hopefully we see many more to come.
Yeah, players where you've got the likes of Tanika Lala, Ishkia Brookine, Ruby Cuthbert. You've got the likes of Grace Johnson, Georgia Cassidy. Yeah, they're decent players. And you're right, Violet Longmore played a pretty good part in that squad, and last season she had the added responsibility of leadership, and she did such a good job in being one of the team captains there and being part of this Perth side. She's actually going to look up and think that she's got a really good opportunity, especially with Perth's most recent track record of getting players into the Glory side. Yeah,
one of the standout regional footballers in Western Australia as well, coming from the southwest.
She's trying to find Erin Sear, who's been terrific as well. A lot of pace that Fremantle City have right now. Annabelle Leake wins that to Pode. And Meaden, so silky, so calm, so confident on the ball. Here's Shea. I think that's something that Fremantle do very well, is they've got players who not only are happy to play and pass, but dribble and carry and drive and move and make defenders have to make decisions. Here's Bomb for Perth.
Just got the overlap here with Noscent. Ball just left a little to be desired.
Noscent, of course, part of that side who won the State Cup final last season, playing in a unfamiliar position in right back. She played a few games at left back last season. I'm pretty sure she scored a hat-trick against Subiaco playing left back. Here's Wood. Does well to win that ball off Inch. But another terrific footballer who we've really enjoyed watching is Daisy McAllister, who wins that ball back in. A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Perth to make sure that they get out of this press here. And they found Noscent. She's got an overlap. Here's Flannery. I'm sure Betty hasn't seen her yet, but she's been judged to be offside. And he's decided to play on. Here's Sia. Erin Sia, can she find a pass? Through to Wood. Wood's through here. Strikes it. And just narrowly wide. First shot in anger from Fremantle, and it's narrowly wide, Josh.
Didn't look like there was a space for that ball to go through, but I think Sire just stepped over it, whether it was intentional or not. It came perfectly to the left foot of Lena Wood, who pushed it onto her favoured right, but just to the left of Dale Schroeder's goalpost. Just a warning sign for Perth Soccer Club that Fremantle have the pace to get in behind if they can hit them quickly on the counter-attack.
Marshall through to Collins. Marshall again. Izzy Lush with a terrific tackle there to just put that pressure and intensity. Here's Tatum Spencer. Osborne. Leake, of course, Leake started last season as a co-vice captain with Laura Waltman, and Laura Waltman's departure of the team meant that she'd had to take an even more leadership role, and she did such a good job herself and Catherine Adams last season at that heart of defence to make that top four run when at the start of the season it didn't look like there would be a chance for them last season, Josh.
Yeah, they looked like they were a team almost on the decline at the start of last season, and the way they transformed that squad throughout the campaign, we haven't really spoken about it yet, but the acquisition of Tanika Lala was a move that made a massive difference for them. Abby Green coming in, understand that it's likely she's going to be back potentially as soon as round one for them this year as well, so it'd be great to see her back in the competition. She's probably one of the best, certainly the best left-sided player I think we've seen in the NPL women's competition.
And I think that's the other thing that you'd like to add there if you're Sam Geddes looking at that squad, is to say, look, can we get a little bit more depth and quality? It is a really, really good 11, and you've got some extra additions here. But even in this situation now, I know that it is pre-season and there's a whole lot going on, but there's only 3 players on that Fremantle City bench, and you'd love to be able to have Abby Green in that squad to just make an extra addition to that. Here's Alex Pode. Shea sends the cross in. Noscent, calm as you like, just brings the ball down and then clears it on 2 touches. Of course, we are brought to you by the good people at Fremantle City, who've taken this terrific initiative to make sure that we are able to speak to yourselves and make sure you can watch on the Facebook and on the YouTube pages. People watching from all over the world and all over the country. And thanks to them, we want to also just invite you all to the Sicilian Cup. It is the first Fremantle home round in round 3. We'll speak about that in a second. Here's Marshall.
Just blazed away with that one. She had a bit more time, just a little bit of composure. Can you draw the defender? Can you take an extra touch? Can you get it across the goalkeeper into that far corner? Just a little bit off on the technique, but it's interesting to see Ruby Marshall. She's playing more in a central position. She was a bit peripheral last year, playing out on the right-hand side. She had a fantastic game in the State Cup that they won.
Oh, terrific.
Her driving runs at Perth Red Stars
midfield and defence.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the specific player she was up against, because she got her on a yellow card very early. It made a massive difference to the outcome of the contest, but she gets her opportunity to play through the middle. I know she's played a lot of junior football there in her time with Joondalup City. That was a fantastic take, by the way, from Tatum Spencer.
Yeah, she has been, and at the same time, when you look at that team from last year, it's really, really difficult to go there and make a huge impression and make sure that you're felt when you've got Jess Flannery on one side, you've got Daisy McAllister right behind you. You've got Ella Lincoln,
best goal scorer,
you've got the league's best goal scorer as well, and then behind you, you've got Georgia Cassidy. So you're thinking about how it's going to be hard to stand out, and yeah, it's no surprise. It's not everyone becomes a standout in a situation on a team like that.
But she had a good second half of the campaign, so be interested to see how she goes as potentially a more central figure now.
Isabel Lush. Oh. And this has been the really cool thing that you're seeing from this side is they're really calm and composed and getting the ball out. And I think that the really cool, interesting thing from them is you can see that there's a difference in tempo. They want to encourage the press. And when the press comes, they're more than happy enough to say, we can pass around you, or I can drop a shoulder and get past you. And if the press is relentless, they've got speed in the likes of Erin Shear, they've got speed in the likes of Mia Yo, and they've got speed and quality in the likes of Lena Wood as well.
Another fantastic touch before there from Isabel Lush. She's really making the middle of the park her own in this game, running circles around the Perth SC centre midfielders.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be, when you think about the league and the league opportunities, we talked about the bit of transition that's happening at the top with Perth Red Star. The only side that really hasn't had that much transition, you could say, is Balcatta, but it does mean that there's opportunities here if you are Fremantle to try to push for the league title. If you are Perth SC to say, hey, can we go one better? And if you know Tom Gravovich like I know Tom Gravovich, he doesn't like to come second or third at anything, Josh. Here's Flannery. Sends across early. Intercepted by Leake. Longmore pushing back and strikes it, and Leake manages to get the block in. Here through to Mathers. Collins. Kim McCartney, she can move and run, and she can find a pass here. And that is a terrific running ball. She finds April Nosson. Nosson's got it. Sends across in through to Phillips. Tatum Spencer, a little bit too calm and composed. It's blocked there by Inch. And they manage to find Mia Yo. Lena Wood is adjudged offside. It was a little bit close because it looked like she was in her own half there, Josh. It was just a couple centimetres that could have meant that she would be through on goal. But that is a terrific bit of play from the likes of Mathers and Collins and McCartney to slip April Nosson through.
That was a great ball from McCartney. A really intelligent run from April Nosson as well. She managed to beat maybe not too well played offside trap. She's hard to pick up because she's the fullback who overlaps. She sometimes comes inside. Mia Yo doesn't want to drop back. She wants to pass her over to Sophie Osborne, the left back there. And Osborne's quick, but Nosson was just able to steal the march on her with the timing of her run, and then it was just the final ball. I think it's gone straight at Megan Phillips. That has to be played across the goal into the strikers rushing into the 6-yard box.
I think that's something that you are going to see from that side, is that there is a big demand on those wide players, on those fullbacks to get up and down. And to a lovely little touch there by Wood, but it's intercepted and read very well by McCartney. But yeah, there is an expectation that Tom does have on his team that those fullbacks will bomb on, and you've seen the shot that Longmore had that was blocked by Leake, and now you've seen April Nosson get up into a high position. Tatum Spencer tries to pass and it's blocked by Marshall. Poe steps into midfield and intercepts that pass.
Just a little bit of an opportunity to catch our breath here, because that was a very fast and furious 2 or 3 minutes of football.
No, it is, and it's a perfect time to remind you that. Here's Wood. Back to Inch. back to Isabel Lush rather, and that's over the bar. And as we were saying, that there is a Sicilian Cup event that the good people at Fremantle are having with their Italian or Sicilian rivals Balcatta Etna in round 3. They've got the men's and the women's playing at Fremantle. A nice home ground, a nice home opportunity, and a big-time event to get out there and watch the players and see some football that's in action. And Josh, I've just had a look at over my shoulder, and it feels like we've got some Perth Glory. Yeah, we do. We've got the Perth Glory coach here, making sure that they're having a keen eye and watching some of the best the league's got on offer. So it's terrific to see that, and some of the Perth Glory players who are here as well. So it's really good to see that we've got this game not only well attended and well sponsored online through our Facebook page and YouTube channels, but also in person by people at the pro level as well, Josh.
Yeah, well, we've seen the impact that some of the local players have made stepping into the first team at Perth Glory this season. Charlie Wainwright's become a fixture of that side. Ella Lincoln scored her first goal. We've seen Tanika Lala, Georgia Cassidy, and Grace Johnson all-star at that level so far. So certainly a lot of talent in this local competition in Western Australia. You don't need to go all the way over east to find players who can play at the pro level.
I could not have said that better myself, Josh. Osborne through to Meaden, through to Lush, squares all the way out to Pode. Pode's tries to find Meaden.
Probably just a little bit of feedback there. Some technical difficulties solved by Kalichi Osunwa, the greatest producer in the biz.
I only got that because Goran showed us how to do it earlier, so big shout to Goran on the camera. Bomb. Terrific there, little sideways pass. Flannery sends the cross in early. It's dealt by Tatum Spencer. Lush. Sierra and Longmore is going to be a terrific battle to see. Bit of composure there by Longmore to find McCartney, who takes a nice and easy touch. Inch tries to turn, and Tatum Spencer's all over and manages to win the free kick.
You can see the role that Kim McCartney plays in this side, leading the team from the back, because she's a converted central midfielder, which means that she's got the passing range and the composure on the ball that you don't often see from a centre-back. It's going to be very important to the way they play.
Yeah, she's got a delivery on her and scored a couple goals from free kick situations last season. We're sport for choice here at centre-backs with not only her, but also your likes of Annabelle Leake. You've got Hannah Collins, who can play left-back and centre-back as well. And the ball's come through. Tatum Spencer makes a hash of it. It's taken in. It's a shot in, and that's a goal. Opening goal scored by Daisy McAllister from a failed clearance. Perth SC take the lead after a failed set piece and a failed clearance, and it's the start that Tom Glavovich would have loved to see.
They have looked the more likely to score, Perth. They've had a couple of half chances. They had that run in behind from April Nelson just before. It looked like the chance had gone. It looked like Fremantle had enough bodies there to clear the ball. But the slip from Tatum Spencer, the ball fell perfectly to Daisy McAllister, and the finish was perfect. She smashed it past Megan Phillips. The ball was gone into the net almost by the time Phillips was able to react. And Perth, I think, deservedly 1-0 leaders so far in this one.
No, they are. They have started the game a little bit better, and I think this is the test that Fremantle really, really want. They've had a few tests so far this season, right? They've had a game where they've played very, very well and they expected to win. They've then come up against an NTC side who had bags of energy after beating Perth the Red Star, and then they had to go play the champions, and so far they've been able to take a step and more than meet those tests. So now here's another one for them where you've got this side who, can you come back from a goal down in a semi-final and really imprint it here? So this is the kind of stuff that Fremantle want to be doing from the conversation that we've had with Sam Geddes as well. And so it'll be interesting to see how they respond.
How do you stand up to adversity? That's the question that Sam Geddes is going to be asking her players right now. whether it stays this way going into half-time. We've still got 20 minutes to play before the referee blows the whistle to send them back into the change room. Still plenty of time for them to turn this one on its head before they go into the sheds as well.
The best thing about playing at Dorrien Gardens is there's a scoreboard, Josh, and so we don't have to put our timer in. That's a lovely little 1-2 play, and no advantage was given and judged by Stuart Beattie.
Famously one of the ineptitudes displayed by the previous commentary team of myself and Sean Fry, our inability to start a clock at the same time as the referee blows his whistle. But that's been rectified by the good folk down at Perth Soccer Club. Very recently added new scoreboard, if anybody remembers the old one, which is just sitting to the side. So that's a fantastic little investment that they've made down here at Dorrien.
Of course, new investments are going to be happening at Dorrien throughout with some promises that have been held, so hopefully they get those through. Here's Mathers. I think from another perspective, Perth SC obviously have a point to prove after their performance in their loss last week, where they come up against Balcatta and from all accounts didn't perform as well as they'd want to perform. So coming in here, not only the familiarity between the players who are part of the NTC, not only the familiarity between the coaches as well, but just making sure that they kind of righted a wrong from last week, so to speak. There's Marshall. Offside there from Inch. And I think that's the big thing, that if you're Sam Geddes, you're a little bit disappointed, is that your team hasn't really had any sustained moments of build-up play, and there's not been really any pressure on that back four. They have had some really tidy moments where they've managed to play out of the back and beat the initial press, but in terms of creating any chances, it's not been the best 27 or so minutes from Fremantle, and they're going to be looking to...
My feeling is they've got to be getting Lush on the ball more. Those sorts of touches there. They're great in the back half, but if you get her pulling those strings a little bit higher up the pitch, then she's going to be a lot more dangerous. Can you get Meaden on the ball? Can you find ways to get Lena Wood in behind?
I think this game is... Here's McAllister. Finds Flannery. Flannery takes a shot, and that's in. That's 2-0. What a start from Perth SC. The high press from the team, high press from that midfield means that there's no time on the ball. Ball's pulled up by McAllister, who finds Flannery, who finishes with aplomb.
I think we're going to be saying that a fair few more times in 2025. McAllister to Flannery, with Flannery into the net. Fremantle City, the architects of their own downfall there, with a couple of errant passes out the back. Kiyama received under pressure. They kept possession on the first time, but the warning wasn't enough for them. The second pass out to Lush was undercooked. McAllister stepped onto the ball. She played in Flannery, and there was a fantastic finish, whipped with the left foot into the far corner. Again, no chance for Megan Phillips, and Jess Flannery gets her name on the scoreboard in this game.
It does feel like there are a couple little traps that have been set out for them, but here's a much better from Fremantle. Mia Yo going into the box. Mia Yo sends a cross in, cleared by Matilda Baum. That is probably the best bit of football there from Fremantle City. But going back to Perth, it looks like they've just been kind of setting traps and waiting for moments where they can put the press in play, and it's proved vital that...
Lovely, a 1-2 to play Yo in behind. Very good defending, though, from the Perth centre halves. They haven't made it easy for Freo to get balls into the area so far in this game.
Josh, I know that I'm old school, but if you have a look here at the counter-attack opportunity, it looks pretty mental. Balls come through. Lena Wood, Janice Kiyama, Wood, blocked by McCartney, and here it is. Huge counter-attacking opportunity here. Here's Inch on her own. Flannery's inside of her. Inch plays it through. Can she find Flannery? Terrific bit of defending there from Osborne. Meaden. Terrific bit of dribbling there from Meaden. Under pressure. Skips past her player.
Inch
and wins a free kick.
Inch just had to hold that pass before. You saw Flannery. She ran into an offside position. She'd gone well beyond the last defender there, who I think may have been Sophie Osborne, who did well being 1-on-2. There's a gamble there from both sides. For Fremantle City, you leave one on two at the back. That is a live opportunity for a counter-attack. At the same time, Perth almost conceded a goal at the other end because they were understaffed at the back with that corner coming in from Mia Yo. So gambles being taken from both sides there.
Yeah, I was looking around and I saw at the back, and I was just about to ask you, Josh, how often do you see a corner taken and you're the centre half, and there's two players on either side of you, but they're on the opposite sides of the pitch on each touchline, and it's just you and against two players?
Well, that's what I'd be telling any striker is don't stand in the middle because the ball's not going to come to you. It's a very difficult one to defend. And she did a very good job there. I think it was Sophie Osborne did a very good job there to marshal that situation. She kept the line high and sent Flannery off. And then by the time the cross came in, there wasn't that much space in behind. She was able to go get a foot to it and clear. At the same time, for Perth, you're defending a 2-goal lead, not sending all of the players back there. They left themselves understaffed at the back, and there was just a block, I think, from a Fremantle City player that stopped them from having a pretty clear-cut chance at goal.
Yeah, it felt like it was a little bit too early to be throwing all caution to the wind in that situation. But hey, you got to risk it for the biscuit, I suppose, Josh. We're back on the way with Kim McCartney playing that pass through to Del Schroeder.
Yeah, both coaches clearly bringing the all-or-nothing school from Hyundai NTC into their new teams, respectively.
Wood. Still Wood. Tries to find Yo, but no advantage from Stuart Beattie.
And this will be an opportunity here to get that ball into the area, create a bit of havoc. It looks like Tatum Spencer's being sent up from the back. So is Annabelle Leake. Be curious to see what Tom Glavovich does with his strikers here. It looks like they're being a bit more conservative.
Yeah, you need to watch out for the likes of Kiyama, watch out for the likes of Leake. They've been really good at set pieces, but it looks like she's gone for goal there. Mia Yo, she's got an excellent left foot and super quick off the ball. Powerful, accelerating player who just needs half a yard to leave you in her dust, and tried to go for goal in that time, and it was just over the bar.
Not sure if that was quite what was intended, but it did give Dale Schroeder reason for her heart to skip a couple beats there just as the ball came in from the free kick.
Here's Inch. Tries to turn. Combo of Osborne and Yo dispossesses her and managed to win the throw as well.
It's a really solid left side that Fremantle have there. Yo and Osborne incredibly quick. Osborne, we've just seen probably the Fremantle fullbacks not quite as prepared to get forward and join in the attack as we have seen from Perth, and they might need to start taking a few more risks as the game progresses.
No, they will. I think right now they just really need to settle and get on the ball and start moving things around. You can see that there is a couple players that Fremantle are targeting who they're more than happy to see what's on the ball. You can see there's an absolute idea that they want to do and hit quickly on the break. Mathers, McCartney finds Marshall. Can she finish? Oh, it's a terrific save by Megan Phillips to make her go out for a corner. That was a lovely ball from Daisy McAllister, who I need to make sure I can recognize that at 8, but you can see that short pass back into midfield, the overlapping or the third-person run, and it's proving to be something that Perth are really targeting right now, Josh.
They're finding space in behind. They're finding space in behind because they've got the runners. They've got the pace of Flannery out on the left. They've got the pace of Marshall through the middle, and it's causing so much havoc for the Fremantle City defence. I'm not sure if that one was on target, but it was a good fingertip from Megan Phillips just to make sure.
Corner, failed clearance. Mia Yo does enough to get it out of there. April Nossen sends it right back into the box, and it's easy for Phillips to clean up. And I think they just need to settle right now. It's either... Oh, that's a lovely touch by Sia. She's got Meaden on the overlap and can't quite find her. That's really good defending from Bomb. But they just need to settle. There's no need to rush. There's, what, another 54 minutes to 50-something minutes.
I'm pointing at the clock, Kalichi. Why are you looking at me?
The clock that says 35 minutes. Yeah, there's plenty of time left. You don't need to score both goals right now. Here's Wood. but Perth are absolutely going to be loving this because they're now in a situation where game plan and game state is perfect for them. And it's really, really good because now they can just sit down and say, look, we're going to actually hit you on the counter-attack. We don't have to build up anything. And if you're going to leave space for Jess Flannery to run into, then all the best.
She scored plenty of goals already this preseason. I think 3 coming into this one tonight through the first 3 games of the night series, and really well taken finish today. And the fact that she's 2-footed just makes her such a difficult player because she can just about, she favours the left,
lovely turn
but she
from
can use her right almost as well.
Janice Kiyama. Yeah, you're right. For Fremantle to really get back into this game, they need to make sure that they're getting Kiyama, they're getting Lush on the ball a little bit more, they're getting Pode, who's a really good attacking threat. But Daisy McAllister has just been running the midfield in this game so far.
And that's been where the tide has turned. I thought the first 10 minutes, Fremantle had the run of things through the middle of the pitch, but Daisy McAllister has really got on top. And they're 3-on-3 going forward here as well.
Here's Flannery. She's got McAllister far post if she can find her. Cuts inside. Flannery on her right foot. You just love the intention. You love the style of play there. But again, that ball comes through. It's really good play from Perth to bring it in all the way back to Schroeder, all the way to the left-hand side. Overlapping run from Longmore to find
and because
Flannery.
they're getting control of the midfield, they're starting to create overloads all over the pitch.
Yeah, they do need to just get a hold of that ball, and the marking job that they're doing on the teams right now is really kind of setting the difference in that midfield to make sure that there is no real space. Wood.
That was well done by
much better
Osborne. Great hold-up play from Wood. Thought she may have been pulled down after the ball had gone. Shuabidi decides to let us keep going on. Doesn't mind a little bit of physicality in the game.
I thought you were going to say Biff, mate. That is a lovely turn. Lovely turn from Mention. You can see the right idea that she's looking for. Here's an opportunity on the break now with Flannery out of position for Pode. Erin Sear. Meaden's been an absolutely willing runner to just be that third-person run. And hasn't been found just yet, but that's something to just keep an eye on. She's really stretching the midfield and making them run and making them move. And here's Mia Yo. And Nosson does just enough. Much, much, much better from Fremantle City. And this is exactly what you need to do. Just build and build and build and build and try to get a couple shots on target and go from there. You don't want to go helter-skelter and counter-attack and find yourself 3-0 down just before halftime.
So they made that a little bit tougher than they needed to. The left-back, Sophie Osborne and Mia Yo, they got on the ball, but they didn't quite provide the width that would have given them the space to get around the back. It was good defending from Noscent, but danger situation with the corner now.
Here's Yo. Cross in, far post. Annabelle Leake with the header. Wood back across. Bobs around. Janice Kiyama makes it in, and that's her second goal in as many weeks. Fremantle City are right back into it from the set pieces. They have been dangerous from the set pieces throughout the night series. And what a way to bounce back just before halftime, Josh.
And it looked like Perth had just about dealt with it. There was a save from Dale Schroeder, but Fremantle City just kept it alive. They just kept that ball in the area. They kept it around the 6-yard box. Eventually, it was the touch from Janice Kiyama that poked the ball home and gave them a little bit of life in this game. 2-1 with this amount of time to go. There's plenty to play for in the semi-final. It's been a really exciting contest so far.
And it almost changes the halftime team talk, right? You can now say, hey, we haven't played our game. We haven't done anything that we've been doing these last couple of weeks. And it's only 1-0 behind. So this is perfect for Fremantle City to give them a little bit of life and try to see if they can make sure they stay 1-0 behind or 1 goal behind. But here's Flannery trying to make sure she can restore that 2-goal lead for Perth SC. Mathers, Kiyama. Meaden.
It was finally a spell of possession on the ball that got Fremantle City back into this game. Before they won that corner, they recycled it through a couple of phases of play. They just took a little bit more time with it. They gained a bit of control in the game. Lush got on the ball in midfield. And by the time the ball came out to this side, and we're seeing this a bit as well, Sophie Osborne just moving into a position almost like a 10.
Yeah, she's making a more inverted run in this half and giving a little bit more space for Tatum Spencer to play. But that's the quality that Osborne has, and I think that's the other thing that we're with. Oh, that's lovely from Yo. And she looks up, and there's Meaden. Cross comes in. It's meat and drink stuff for Schroeder, but you can see the confidence growing, not just from this moment here, but a little bit earlier there you saw a lovely little pirouette from Janice Kiyama. They're feeling themselves a little bit more and getting themselves back in this game, and this is the resilience you want to see if you're Sam Geddes.
So you got to give a bit of credit to Sam Geddes. I'm not sure if that was something that was an intentional change, having Sophie Osborne move into that position almost like a number 10, but it's given them an overload in the midfield, and that's how they've been able to progress the ball and try get chances in behind in the last 5 or so minutes.
Kiyama. Osborne. There it is again. That's Pode. Fremantle do just enough to get that ball cleared.
Just a few nerves from Perth now, and you get the feeling that they're trying to take this one into the break. They just want to preserve this lead, and that always gets dicey when you start playing to the clock rather than to the football.
This is where the 2-0 lead becomes the... Again, Sean, we understand that it is not the case statistically, but mentally, mate, this is where you can try to get a little bit complacent, and now all of a sudden you've got to step things up, a higher press here. And she's done very, very well there to make the ball come through. We've got Ruby Marshall. She's got a wide open Jess Flannery if she could have got there.
There were acres there for Jess Flannery, and the ball was just overhit from Marshall. Really risky play from Tatum Spencer. She's come out of the centre-back position almost to press the Perth left fullback. So just left space in behind. Don't know if Fremantle need to take risks like that, given that they have
Mia Yo
such little time before half-time whistles
pass
blown.
Nosson. Here's Sophie Osborne. She finds Wood. Erin Shearer is wide open on the right-hand side here. Isabel Lush tries to find Sophie Mead, and it's intercepted by Matilda Baum. Here's Inch. Cuts inside, says goodbye to Janice Kiyama, who comes back and wins that ball back. Collins plays it through. Dealt with by Pode, and it's judged to be a handball. It is a very interesting shape that Fremantle have adopted here, because it looks like Sophie Osborne's playing a free role, a very tiring free role. Here's Nosson. Leak does enough and finds Kiyama. Here's Tatum Spencer. All the way back to Megan Phillips, and we can have a breather, Josh.
Yeah, you think about consolidation before halftime. Neither team seems to be intent on that at the moment. It's become fast and frantic, this game, as we head into the 45-minute mark.
Mathers. Oh, risky there. It was almost intercepted by Wood, but Bomb does very, very well. Inch. Isabel Lush here. Janice Kiyama. Tatum Spencer shimmies past Daisy McAllister. It doesn't quite win the free kick, but Mia Yo leaves with the ball. Asks a question of Violet Longmore, who responds and places it back to Mia Yo. Here's Sophie Osborne. Turns. This is much better from Fremantle City. They all feel like they're much more comfortable on the ball right now in making Perth do all the running. Hesea, Longmore does enough to just get a touch on that. And it's a Fremantle City corner. It's the best bits and moments from them. They scored from the previous corner, and here's an opportunity for them to go into half-time level.
Well, you can see the concern that the goal conceded before has put in the hearts of the Perth players, because previously they were leaving 2 players up trying to get a counter-attack opportunity. Now it's all hands on deck.
They've got everybody here, and it's always curious because sometimes you can have too many people in the box. The ball in from Mia Yo, and then Swinger. Oh, thought we might have had an Olympico on the cards there, Josh, but it sailed a little bit too high. April Nosson, and that is the blow from Stuart Beattie's whistle to mean that it is 2-1 here at halftime. Goals were opened up by a Daisy McAllister strike early in the first half, off a failed set piece. Fremantle doubled their lead with a terrific strike from Jess Flannery, but Fremantle City stuck in there. They kept in there. They kept it in. They managed to grab a hold of the game to score from a Janice Kiyama toe poke, her second sort of toe poking from set pieces in the last 2 weeks. Josh, anything that you've kind of seen from this first half?
I think both teams needed to get to half-time. Then the game had just become a bit ropey. It had opened up a lot. We're starting to see players go into any position that they can. We'll be back very shortly for the second half.
Welcome back to Dorrien Gardens for this night series, second half between, well, Fremantle City are the home side in this occasion. Fremantle City taking on Perth SC. We do have one confirmed substitution that has happened, and that is number 9, Louise Tana, coming on for number 4, Hannah Inch. Tana, I think, also part of the previous NTC as well, Josh.
Former NTC, known for some of her extraordinarily long strikes from distance. Some absolute crackers. One memorable one to, I believe, win a game or tie up a game down at Litter Stadium back when the Hyundai NTC were playing their home games there at the home of Floriat Athena. In fact, that one may well have been against the Perth Soccer Club.
That's
as
what
well.
I was thinking. Of my memory serves me right.
So their old tormentor has turned and joined them, and they'll be hoping that she can score one of those bangers tonight and put this game out of the reach of the Fremantle City Football Club, who went into the halftime break with a bit of a head of steam. They scored that late goal through Janice Kiyama at the corner, and they looked odds on to potentially find a second one.
And they're going straight right through to her side. But Osborne does enough and finds Mia Yo, whose turn and pirouette is intercepted by Sam Mathers. Tatum Spencer finds Yo. Intercepted by Ruby Marshall. And Daisy McAllister was able to start again. Matilda Bomb survives the high press from Karen Sear, but it's not enough, and ball ends up with Lena Wood. Fremantle starting off with a pretty high press right now. Tatum Spencer, Louise Tana wins, puts a bit of pressure on her, and it's a terrific tackle from Tatum Spencer, but the ball's come out through here to Daisy McAllister, who can hit it from here. She goes and finds Tana, and decent bit of defending there from Alex Poe to interrupt the challenge from Sam Mathers to give the ball back to Phillips. Here's Meaden. A lot of M's happening right now, Josh.
We'll just keep a watch on Ruby Marshall, just hobbling. She picked up a little bit of a knock, that last-ditch challenge before from one of the Fremantle defenders. Sam Mathers, I feel like we didn't say her name too much through the course of the first half. She almost got in the end of that cross to look for a goal that would restore the 2-goal lead.
There's a half chance there. Played through to get Lena Wood on the ball. She's been very, very impactful in that second half of the games. These last couple of weeks, the American import has been tried to be eased in by Sam Geddes.
Well, it's a young league, the NPLW competition, but you just saw the advantages you get with a bit of strength and experience, and Lena Wood knocking Hannah Collins, the young player, off the ball pretty cleanly on the previous phase of play. That's a lovely little turn from Isabella. She's been fantastic on the ball so far today.
Yeah, the reuse at Rach is terrific. Alex Poe tries to slip a through ball in, but it's intercepted by Matilda Bomb, who looks up and finds Marshall, who's onside. Leake does enough to get in position and win that ball and win the free kick as well. That's terrific centre-half play there, Josh.
A great defending from Annabelle Leake. A really tough challenge. Looks like Ruby Marshall's shaking off the effects of that challenge from earlier, because she's a really dangerous customer. If she can take a touch past you and get in behind, she's basically in on goal.
What's really impressive is her movement. It's depth. It's a little decisive. It's a little deceptive as well. And the way that she just kind of moves, you haven't seen her a lot of offsides from her as well. Here's Osborne, who's been cutting inside in that end of the first half, giving a little bit more space, and Spencer can't quite find Lush. Here's Sia, who's got bags of pace, but so does Longmore. Erin Sia. Alex Pode. Meaden. Marshall. tries to find Tana, who's making a nice cut inside. But once again, Isabel Lush just calmly and composedly gets the ball out of feet. Tana. McAllister, overlapping run here. It's another name that we're probably going to say a lot is McAllister and Mathers there, Josh. But Mathers can't quite get the opportunity to put that strike on goal.
Yeah, it looks like she's taking up some more elevated positions on the pitch in this second half, Sam Mathers. We saw her almost get in behind in the very first minute of the game, but she's been quiet since then, but a couple of half chances early in the second half.
Lena Wood trying to find the runs of Meaden. Daisy McAllister, Hannah Collins, long to Louise Tana. Osborne. Pressure from Phillips, but it's cleared through. Longmore does well enough to put a body there, but it's an offside flag goes up. Bomb. Bit of movement there on the left-hand side with Bomb trying to find Flannery, but there's an opportunity here now for Fremantle on the counter, but Bomb does well enough to stop Erin Sear.
I do feel like Fremantle's not going to mind too much if the ball shuffles over to Bomb's side and she's playing the long ball forward. It's Kim McCartney who they really don't want in the ball in those positions because she's the one who's going to open them up if they give her too much space to play.
She's terrific on the ball and she can find plays in that situation. Phillips manages to find Yo. She's got an overlap in Osborne with her. Takes a little bit too long, and it's decision making there that you've got from one of the younger players. You're going to have moments where you could do a little bit better on the ball. And
well, I think Yo just needed to keep with that ball and cut inside there. Osborne's made the run. It hasn't, that run that goes in behind like that, often it's a decoy run. You pull a defender away from the ball. It didn't. In that situation, Yo has to come inside or she needs to put her foot in it and see if she can recycle it back through the midfielders.
We talked about McCartney. Here she goes. She finds Tana. Tana looks inside, finds Flannery. Flannery's on the ball. There's a supporting run from Tana on the right-hand side. She doesn't need it. She takes a shot, and it's through to Phillips. But that is how quickly it can turn for Perth SC, and you can see that ball does come once again from the feet of Kim McCartney.
Yeah, and that's why they can't give Kim McCartney time and space on the ball to play.
Marshall. Tana looks up and tries to find McAllister. Lush.
Now it's opening up for Fremantle a little bit.
Erin Shear. Longmore does very, very well to just stick with her. Looked like she had the beating of her to start, but that bit of persistence and determination means that she can come back, and she's got long strides herself, so it's easy for her to cover up ground there, Longmore.
Yeah, Longmore's a physically imposing player in this league. Long, rangy body, big legs, and she's getting forward now on the far side.
Look at that, both fullbacks pushing up the field with April Nossent. Tana breezes past me. And jostles and wrestles and really tries to stamp her authority on the game, and you can actually see the presence that she's had so far in the 7 or so minutes that she's been on the pitch this half, Josh.
Yeah, well, Spencer did well there. She just goaded Tana into making the loose challenge. Eventually, Stuart Beattie given no choice but to hand a free kick as this game came to a crawl over there in the far corner.
It's really interesting to see who's coming where and what that press looks like. Kiyama.
Yeah, Perth not looking quite as aggressive as they did at times. The way they created that second goal, it is hard to go forward and just play high up the pitch for the whole game.
Here's Marshall. Bags of pace. Can she find anyone with a cross? Cross then. It's dealt with by Leake, and Meaden helps with the clearance. Osborne and Tano are just battling it out there. Stuart Biddy says nothing doing play on. Isabel Lush gets shoved aside by Collins. A 1-2 between Flannery and Mathers. Ball breaks out. There's a run here from Wood. But Matilda Bombers enjoying this battle and wins a throw. It has slowed down a little bit now, Josh. I think teams are just playing the clock. Here's Daisy McAllister. Good bit of work from Erin Sear to get that ball back. Sophie Meaden finds Sear. Tries to find Wood, and it's read very nicely by Kit McCartney. To
take a fighting analogy, we're getting lots of jabs at the moment. I think the boxers are just feeling each other out. The two teams are just feeling each other out at the moment in this second half. We're not seeing those big risks that we saw both teams take towards the end of the first half, whether that's down to instructions that they've received from their coaches at the halftime break. But certainly Fremantle are the team that are going to have to start taking a few more risks as the second half wears on.
Yeah, as much as it's risk, it also feels like you just need to be a little bit more patient and kind of build and build and build, because they are really good on the counter-attack, but you can't really counter a team that doesn't want to attack you or doesn't need to attack you. So you're going to have to just build play and get players into interesting positions, and the more that they can do this and actually have a sustained period of play, I think the better it can be. But if it becomes this basketball game where it's back and forth, Perth will absolutely love that, especially with the likes of Marshall and now Tana on the pitch as well.
The question for Fremantle again is, how do you get Lush with the ball higher at the pitch? How do you get Meaden on the ball higher at the pitch? How do you get to support to Lena Wood? And whoa,
miss clearance here. Here's an opportunity for Flannery. Flannery looks up, take it first time, and she had the option with an on-run in Longmore, who's now got to make all the way back.
Rare mistake there from Annabelle Leake. The mistime clearance let in Flannery, but she just didn't quite have the purchase on it with the shot to trouble Megan Phillips.
Here's Longmore. Mathers, back to Longmore. Looks up, finds Marshall. Intercepted by Janice Kiyama, but Collins is there to sweep up and find Sam Mathers. And good little bit of defensive play there. Quick throw taken by Mathers to find Daisy McAllister. McAllister wriggles away free. She looks up. She can hit it from here. Takes a chance, and it is wide, Josh.
Yeah, heavy touch initially, but she recovered it. It looked like she just created an angle to get a bit of a cross, but by the time she did it, she didn't have the support in the box there. She had to go for a shot, and it was wide off the mark, a little bit scuffed.
Another one of the NTC substitutes coming through. We've got number 10, Maya Archibald, coming onto the pitch. And coming off is number 7, Ruby Marshall.
Yeah, did take a knock early on in the half, which maybe laboured her a little bit. It looks like she's heading down the race potentially to get a bit of treatment. Maya Archibald, pocket rocket. She had great couple seasons for the NTC, and she'll be eager to stamp her authority and see if she can put herself in the frame for what at the moment looks like it could be a night series final next week.
Yeah, it does look like that if the game and the score stays like this, but it's also, there's an opportunity here where we're not too sure what's going to be happening with the Perth Glory players that Perth SC had last season. We're not too sure if they're going to take a elongated break or potentially get opportunities overseas or in the eastern states. So if you're my Archibald, there's a number 9 or number 10 position here for you that you can really stake your claim in and say, pick me to Tom Glavovich. Spencer does very well to find Osborne.
And certainly none of these players who've come out of the NTC program are coming with the intention of riding the pine as well.
Not at all, especially if Coach Steve Peters continues to be part and turn up and watch the games as well. They'll be having a good opportunity to impress the Perth Glory head coach. Bomb finds Longmore, who opens up and goes right past Poe. That's terrific on there.
Touch.
And the pocket rocket is kind of put through, but a little bit too far. But that is terrific play from Longmore, and I think they've changed shape a little bit now. Just good defensive holding there from Jess Flannery.
I think we've just got a bit of a temporary shift with Jess Flannery having got back before to cover her her fullback counterpart on the left-hand side.
Ball back through. Not quite. That's terrific sweeping up from Sophie Mead. And I just got to say, you can tell how good Longmore is, because whenever I was playing fullback and I had gone up and the ball hadn't come back yet, I was doing my best to get all the way back to right back. It's a lot easier to receive the ball facing the entire pitch than having to open up and make superb turns like that, Josh. Quick one from Perth. McAllister flashes it across the goal, and it's in. It wasn't McAllister, actually. It was Flannery. A quick corner taken from Perth SC. Catches Fremantle out. Ball takes a wicked deflection towards the very back post, and it means that they double their lead and regain a 2-goal lead.
I'm not quite certain if that came off a Perth foot or shin, or if it was off a Fremantle player and we're talking about an own goal. But it was the pace and ferocity of that ball that came in off the left foot of Jess Flannery that created the opportunity. She's all smiles down there on the left wing because she knows the role that she played in that third goal for the Perth Soccer Club. A quick corner routine, not something that the Fremantle defence expected. They didn't respond in time, and when that ball came in, it was rasping. It just had to get a touch off anyone, and it was in the back of the net, and that's what happened.
No, it looks like there is a complete change of shape and formation right now with the 3 at the back from Fremantle City, but here's Wood. Really impressed with Wood. In fact, the amount of running that she's doing, the fact that she's trying to come short and go to feet and also play through the channels, you've just got a winning runner and you're playing in that position, and she's been more than a winning runner for Fremantle.
She's just been a bit isolated today, though. I feel like she hasn't been able to connect with her teammates as well as you would have liked, and she hasn't really had those opportunities in behind. She had one half chance early on in the game. She needs to see more of the football.
Lush. Offside. Curiously enough, Longmore and Flannery still haven't switched across there. Maybe he's just taking a bit of a breather and enjoying playing left back. But from a Fremantle perspective, they do need to just get back on the ball, because it does feel like Perth has kind of just killed the game, making sure nothing's really happened. They need to get, like you said, we've been talking about it all through the show. We need to get Isabel Lush back on the ball, get Meaden on the ball, especially when they're on the other side of their defenders. Here's Tatum Spencer. It is feeling very rushed right now from Fremantle, and they do have more than enough time to bring the ball in and play through midfield. Here's Wood capitalising off a errant pass from Longmore. Can she find a player? Whips across in, finds Yo. She's got a left foot on her. Cuts inside, takes it on her right-hand side, and it's a terrific save from Del Schroeder. After a lovely bit of composure from Yo and some tenacious play from Lena Wood.
Well, finally, Wood manages to get a little bit of space and time in the ball, and the crossover is brilliant. It was a lovely first touch from Mia Yo. Unfortunately for her, she was just unable to get it out of her feet onto her favoured left foot. She struck it with the right. It wasn't too bad, but it was a comfortable save in the end for Del Schroeder. She did have to get down low, and now they have a corner. This is where they got their goal in the first half. Can they get it in the mixer?
It's flicked on. Here's Tatum Spencer. Blocked. Still hasn't been cleared. Isabel Lush plays it through. Mia Yo knows that she's offside. Ball's fired through by Erin Sear. Still not fully cleared. Bit of a high foot there from Isabel Lush, and Tom Glavovich, the referee, former referee himself. Yep, Perth is taking it very quickly. There's a willing runner here for Daisy McAllister. She's on the ball there. She cuts inside. Goes back out left through to Jess Flannery, who flashes a far post cross. Lewis Tarner stoops low and makes a header, and it's a chance they could have done a little bit better with there, Josh.
It was a good cross in, but it maybe just lost a little bit of pace on the way, and it was tough for Louise Tyner to generate the pace on that kick, on the header. When the ball comes in like that, you've got to generate all of the pace yourself. Sam Getty is just a little bit frustrated with the quality of the passing playing out from the back from Fremantle City.
She was basically saying, no more, let's make sure we keep it simple. And you're right, Josh, there have been a couple times there where they're trying to play 35, 45-yard passes when a 10-yard pass will absolutely be just as effective. And I think that's all they need to do right now is to just get back into this game. We've seen what it's like when you score a goal to make it a one-goal game. And you just need to do that one more time. The game is not over right now. And here's a ball through. Here's Daisy McAllister. Daisy McAllister, great save by Megan Phillips. And Alex Poe does just enough to just keep her off balance, and McAllister will rue that opportunity because it could have been the knockout punch for Perth SC.
I think there was a desperate challenge there from Alex Poe just before the save got made as well that just made the chance a little bit difficult for Daisy McAllister. It looked like she was through. It looked like we were talking about a 3-goal lead for Perth Soccer Club right there. Fremantle just hanging on by a thread right now. They've got to find a way back into this game. I wonder if Sam Geddes is going to have to turn to her substitutes bench.
She's going to have to see what options that she's got there, but there are only 3 substitutes there because of injuries. But yeah, whatever they do need, it's going to need to just start again and build, because they have looked good when they've been building play and getting players on the ball and making those incisive passes. It's not been the best of football when they've been trying to make incisive passes that are 35, 45 yards away. Here's Osborne. Kiama. Erin Shear. And Longmore is right there, right when she needed to be there.
Yeah, notably, no Michaela Lyons on the bench today for Fremantle, who you'd think would have been that experience, little bit of presence that they potentially could have brought off the bench to create a chance late on in this one.
Archibald. Lush. But the pocket rocket. Archibald takes it through, and she finds a lovely little ball to Sam Mathers. Sam Mathers is lethal on cutting on inside here. She's gone left foot instead, and it's cannoned off the post. That could have been the death knell for them. And the ball flashes out for a goal kick. I thought for sure she would have cut inside on her right foot and kill one in like she did for a lot of time in season 2023, but took it on the left-hand side there, Josh.
It was a tough chance. She was on a narrow angle. She had to go with the left foot the way it shaped up. It was a lovely through ball from Maya Archibald. She's added a lot to this Perth side since she came off the bench. Just a little bit more trickery, a little bit more invention, I think, than we have from Ruby Marshall, who was more of a powerhouse.
It's also a little bit more energy as well, and you can see that right now, that the energy and the intensity from Perth, they've kind of stepped up that pressing a little bit more, and I suppose it's because they're able to just sit back and just say, hey, can you break us down? Can you break us down? We're going to be happy to press you in these areas. Can you beat our press?
Yeah, they're finding opportunities to get in behind, and with Archibald coming more to feet, that means that the space opens up in behind for those runners from deep. We've seen Mathers get in behind a few times. That was her best opportunity of the game so far. With the left foot, could she have just got it back across the goalkeeper a little bit, through her legs? It just narrowed up a little bit for her, came off the post.
There's Daisy McAllister, 1-on with Annabelle Leake right now. She's gone on the left-hand side. Leake's done very well. It's going to be a really tough day to beat Annabelle Leake, but she's looking up and trying to find options, and there's nothing really coming short for her.
Freo just have to find a way back into this game if they can get those 2 goals back. And it's tough with balls like that with Daisy McAllister.
Lewis Tana here has got options inside. She's looked up and played the ball high, but I think that's the big one, is if you're Daisy McAllister, you're opening up, you're looking up and you're seeing chances. And not only are you seeing chances, but you're more than happy to play a ball over the top. Whereas right now, from a Fremantle perspective, there's nothing coming short to build up that play and go 10 yards and start again. And when you do get it, you're getting 3 players kind of hound you into positions here.
But Daisy McAllister's really had the run of things in the second half. She's been the dominant player on the pitch for both sides.
Isabel Lush, she's
for Fremantle City. Just to finish the thought I had before, that counter-attacking opportunity opened up. If they are able to get the 2 goals back, we do go straight to penalties.
Flannery gets it in, manages to keep it inside. She can hit it from here on the right-hand side. She does, and it goes over the bar. There's a lot more energy coming right now from Fremantle, from Perth SC, and Fremantle needs to match that energy. So potentially moment now to get some subs in, especially because it's 70 minutes and it's still pre-season, so you're probably not as fully fit as you'd like to be. Here's Osborne. Kiyama back to Osborne. This is much better from Fremantle. Mia Yo, but McCartney slips and manages to find the ball straight to Wood, who tries to play in Yo. Back to Wood. She looks up, hits it. Oh, flashes narrowly wide. But that is, again, a much better bit of play there. Into fullback to winger, back to centre. Centre holds it, and plays a pass into play. And it looks a lot better for Fremantle when they can actually make 3 or 4 or 5 passes rather than make that miracle pass.
There was an opportunity just to get that one out to Meaden on the edge of the area, maybe had a better angle for the strike than Wood. Given the lack of opportunities they've had in this half, they felt maybe we've got to take him on when they're available to us. And now there's an opportunity that presents itself because they've won the ball high up the pitch.
Yeah, they have, and this is, again, it's in a really weird way. You might just be looking at playing for territory here. Here's Sophie Osborne. She's looking for options, but April Nossen's done very, very well. I say to play for territory here because if you're more than happy to counter-press, then yeah, you're going to need to just almost play for territory. But if you're Perth SC, you're more than happy to just do the exact same thing and play the long ball back. It feels like a 2005 Benitez versus Mourinho where no team wanted the ball and you're figuring out who's actually trying to dictate play here. Corner in from Erin Sear. Mathers, back to Sear, far post, a ball wide.
Sam Geddes won't be happy with a wasted opportunity, a couple goes at it, getting it into the box. To take the boxing analogy again, Fremantle have been playing some rope-a-dope in this half. They've been taking some heavy punches from Perth, none heavier than the goal only a few minutes ago. The question is, have they absorbed that pressure? Are they going to come back strong now?
Lush. Meaden. And that is absolutely an opportunity where you could have had a chance to turn and shoot, and you could see the frustration on the sideline there from Sam Geddes because it was a great opportunity. It feels like they're in a situation where they've got them where they want them in a really weird way where you're skipping the press, and here's an intense press coming through. Del Schroeder almost got caught on the ball there. They find Meaden. Need to win first and second phase. They're really pressing right now, Fremantle, and ball to leak, but now can we play? Kiyama finds Osborne. Wood.
It's a little bit too cute from Wood there. She just had to play one of her midfielders facing her. She could have gotten into the feet of Lush.
Pride wins the header. Hannah Collins. It's a press now. Schroeder to bomb. Calmly skips past Meaden. Longmore. And a big-time tackle there from Lush. It's all first and second phase now, but Mia Yo's got the ball through to Sophie Osborne. Janice Kiyama.
I like that first touch from Kiyama. Made sure she took herself forward. They've really got Perth under pressure right now.
They do, but there's not a lot of width right now, and we still need to find an opportunity to get play, but you could see how well Perth had kind of got back and made it very, very compact and tight. Here's Daisy McAllister. Does supremely well. She's got an overlapping run on her right-hand side there. Sam Mathers, but it's intercepted by Kiyama. Mia Yo is on her left-hand side there. She finds her from Meaden. Can she get an opportunity here? Dangerous on her left foot.
think she had to take that on herself. She didn't trust herself to get past Kim McCartney one-on-one. The pass in behind to Lena Wood just undercooked.
And this is what a little bit of confidence can do for you, because I saw her play against the NTC. She took that ball on the left-hand side and rifled it into the top-hand corner. And, you know, when you're the number 9 and you're the Tallis person there, you probably go for that for yourself. But when you've looked up and you've seen Lena Wood is there, you're trying to play that pass, and could have been another option for her. Here's Annabelle Leake, Isabel Lush.
This has just released the pressure a little bit for Perth. The free kick on the challenge from Lena Wood late on Matilda Bohm.
A bit of gamesmanship there from Gladovic, who fainted to put the ball back in play, but decided to take an extra second to give it instructions. And
his counterpart, Sam Geddes, having none of it. A fine first touch for Fremantle City coach there.
April Nossett. Maya Archibald cuts back inside. Silky touch as well to Nossett. Press from Tatum Spencer. McCartney just nudges the ball off Yo and wins the throw. Game's not over here. I still remember the time we would speak to a good friend of the show, John O'Reilly, who says, look, you concede a goal in a situation like this, or concede a goal right now, and it completely changes the game. So all Fremantle really need to do is just get that one goal. Here's Mia. Erin Sears through on goal here, and Dale Schroeder does just enough before Violet Longmore takes a lot of composure and just calmly plays and strolls out the back before being intercepted by Alex Pode. But Jess Flannery works back and wins the ball back before Hannah Collins decides we can all take a breather.
Yeah, bit of a tired kick there from Hannah Collins, who's put in a shift in a defensive midfield role. Not the most attractive position to play, doing the hard yakka so that Daisy McAllister and Sam Mathers can get on the ball in front of her. Dale Schroeder, fantastic high position there to ensure that Erin Sire didn't get in behind off that through ball before. It was a really dangerous situation that opened up almost the goal that Fremantle City have been looking for. Just a little bit anxious the last 5 or so minutes from Perth. They've come under some heavy pressure from Fremantle City, who've been pressing high up the pitch to try get a foothold back in this contest.
Bit of head tennis going on right now, and before it ball goes through to Annabelle Leake, who leaves it for Phillips. Tatum Spencer, there's a bit of press from Louise Tana. Manages to keep the ball in play. Finds Maya Archibald. And Perth can play here through Nossent. Back to Collins. Tana. Archibald gets inside Janice Kiyama. And as the judge have made the foul, referee Stuart Beattie points to the spot. And that's a terrific bit of play from Maya Archibald. It's a penalty to Perth SC. A yellow card to Kiyama. And Josh, your analogy of being on the ropes might be apt here, because there's an absolute opportunity for a knockout blow.
This is the opportunity for the knockout blow. I always thought Perth were going to have to put their foot on the ball, keep a bit of possession, but it was a wonderful run off the shoulder by Maya Archibald. She's been fantastic since she came on. She's added a new dimension to the Perth attack, and she gets a reward winning this penalty for Jess Flannery to step up to.
Flannery steps up. And it's saved by Megan Phillips. They're still on the ropes, Josh. There's no knockout punch just yet. Fremantle have a bit of life. Terrific bit of composure to not only pick the right side, but to get down nice and early enough to completely stop the ball there. Short pass through. Del Schroeder manages to get it cleared.
Well, Megan Phillips Bommayer, what a huge save there from the Fremantle goalkeeper. Will it give them just the push they need, a little bit of confidence that they can get back into this one late in the piece?
I don't know why you're advocating for murder there for Megan Phillips, but I'll go with it, Josh.
It's not literal, Kalichi.
You literally just said Bommayer, and Bommayer means murder. You need to brush up on your Congolese. And by Congolese, I mean patois. Here is Pode. Back to Leak. Tatum Spencer. Janice Kiyama on the left-hand side. Stays on side. And here's Mia Yo. Tries to cut inside. And Kim McCartney does just enough to make it a corner. Just need to point out that Megan Phillips tried to push up onto the field and had to get told, no, we can't have you scoring and saving penalties just yet.
Yeah, pretty bold of the goalkeeper basket if they can go forward for the corner with 10 minutes still on the clock.
Fremantle corner.
Perth have defended these well in the second half.
Yeah, Mathers got really well to get their head onto it. There's a press here coming from Leak. Leak manages to find Pode. Back to Phillips. That's been the most impressive thing about the sides is there's been a lot of composure right through Fremantle this year, and the way that they've been really, really happy to just get the ball down and play and dictate play and do 1-2 to the goalkeeper is just such a admirable bit of football to see. And we've seen it continue there. Late tackle by Isabel Lush. May Archibald, she had Louise Tana on the left of her, but decided to go herself. Here's Erin Shear. Plays through Mia Archibald. And it's a strike. Oh, narrowly wide from Mia Yo.
That was the opportunity right there for Fremantle City. A lovely little reverse pass from Erin Sire. Found her other winger, Mia Yo. So close with that one. It looked like it may have been in from our angle, but it sprayed just across the goal. It was the right technique. It was the right choice of finish. It was just the execution.
I think that's got to be the other pleasing thing there is from a repeatable process perspective, this is something that you can see happen over and over again, and the execution might be different next time, but the entire process and the lead-up play is exactly what you want. Lovely little bit of play by Maya Archibald. But Tatum Spencer does well. But 2-on-1 challenge there between Mathers and... Oh, here's McAllister. Ball back to her. Finds Flannery. Oh. Manages to find Tana and doing a bit of 1-2 shooting rondo drill there, but Phillips is equal to it.
And even aside from the penalty, Fremantle, if they manage to find a way back into this one late in the contest, they'll have a lot to thank Megan Phillips for.
Floated ball. Comes through and Mathers is able to clear that through to Flannery, who's looking up and trying to find Maya Archibald, but it's intercepted very well from Pode. Archibald sticks with it. This is some performance from the 11. There's still no substitutions right now from Fremantle City. Meaden. Kiyama. To Pode. Long ball through. It's dealt by McCartney. But on rushing, Osborne temporarily dispenses Tana, but Tana finds Archibald. She's got Flannery on the left side. Flannery sizes up Pode, sizes up Kiyama. Nothing doing from a free kick perspective. Finds Mia Yo. And it's swept up and dealt with by Sam Mathers. McCartney played in Tana, and it's a robust challenge from Osborne. Doesn't get any of the ball there, and it's a free kick, Josh.
Yeah, just a talking to there from referee Stuart Beattie. A little bit late on that one. A pretty easy free kick for Beattie to give away. I wonder if Perth hook this one in the box, or do they keep possession of the football? Does look like we're shaping up to load this one into the area. Kim McCartney on the ball.
McCartney sends it in, looking for Mathers. Flannery, dealt with by Pode. Meaden does a bit of a pirouette and finds Sia, who goes past Collins. There's options on the inside for her. Finds Osborne. She's got Mia Yo on the left-hand side. Mia Yo getting the better of April Nosson and fires a shot in that is dealt with by Del Schroeder. There's still some life yet in the Fremantle City side.
It's the pace of Mia Yo on the left-hand side. That looks like it's the outlet for Fremantle City. Their two best chances of this half have just come in the last 5 or so minutes, and they both come because they've been able to play Mia Yo in behind, cutting into the edge of that area. Just didn't quite have the quality on the finish there, straight at Dale Schroeder, who got two strong hands behind it to pat it away.
But once again, that it has been trying to slip balls in at a 5-10 yard passes rather than the 20-25 yard pass where it's been drilled into play. Jess Flannery looks up and tries to find Matilda Bond, but it's dealt with very well by X-Pode. A very tired Isabel Lush there misplaces the touch and gives Perth a chance to reload here. Del Schroeder looks up and finds McAllister, who's met with by Janice Kiyama. Robust challenge, and Kiyama's still down. Play on, says referee Stuart Beattie. There's an opportunity on this hand side here. And a long ball from Mai Archibald.
I thought there was a strong argument for a free kick there. I thought Kiyama won the ball, got in ahead of Sam Mathers. I don't think Sam Mathers really knew much about where Kiyama was there before she put in the challenge.
And Kiyama's back at it and just going, yep, let's go straight into it, and wins the ball here, Sophie Meaden. She finds Sia. Manages to get the lucky touch there, but it's ricocheted out here. Daisy McAllister finds a willing runner in Jess Flannery. Flannery and Pode. Cuts on her inside. Sam Mathers is there. Shimmies past, takes a shot in. That's something we saw a lot in her time in Mum FC, just that cutting on her inside and right-hand side and whipping balls in.
They're probably a little bit too far out with that one. The goal wasn't quite gaping. Megan Phillips on the line there would have needed to be just about the perfect finish to score from there.
Two and a half or so minutes remaining until the 90-minute mark. Fremantle looking to get another opportunity to really, really put the cat amongst the pigeons, but Perth SC trying to see this out and get themselves a place into the final, Josh. And that is a late challenge from Tatum Spencer. That's a yellow card any day of the week.
That'll help out a lot, winning a free kick in the corner already.
And I think you've
that side of the pitch.
I think you kind of notice a bit of a difference right now. There's no substitutions that's come out through from Fremantle City, whereas Perth SC have been able to bring on NTC players who are familiar with the style, the tempo, the pace, and the bench right now for Fremantle City are filled with players who have been playing under 21s and really looking to get their first bit of first-team football.
They've looked like it's a big ask having to play an entire game with just the squad of 11.
McCartney goes for goal over the wall and manages to beat Megan Phillips right at the end. You talk about a knockout punch, and that might be it. She's been doing it for a long, long time, scored many free kicks last season, and that's one that takes the cake and cements their spot in the final, Josh.
She's taken it from such a wide position. You don't think the goal is on there, but the angle's opened up for her. She's caught out Megan Phillips at her near post, and it's a terrific strike. The pace is on the ball. The heat's on the ball. It's too hot for Megan Phillips to handle, and that is game, set, and match for the Perth Soccer Club. They're up 4-1. We're about to head into injury time here at Dorrien Gardens. It looks like we will be seeing a Balcatta and Perth final next week at the Sam Kerr Football Centre.
Daisy McAllister, Archibald, Mathers on her left-hand side, taken easily by Megan Phillips. Yes, a Balcatta and a Perth SC final. There's no bad blood between those teams at all, is there, Josh?
Oh, so many of their players. Of course, the coach, Peter Rakic, he was formerly a coach of the Perth Soccer Club. So many of the players have traded places between the two sides, even some of them coming over this way from Balcatta as Peter Rakic moved across to their Italian rivals. So that's certainly going to be a feisty and a high-quality contest.
Flannery's through on goal here, but Megan Phillips will get it first. Yeah, that'll be some contest as well when you think about that fixture that is now on the cards for the night series final. Not only the most recent lovely long throw from Longmore to find Flannery. She looks like she's got, if she wants it, touch from Archibald.
Keep the ball now, I think, for Perth Soccer Club. Kill the game. Can you keep it in the corner?
But from Fremantle, when you think about it in its totality, it's been a really impressive night series for them. They've had a new coach come in, a new style of play. You can absolutely see right now from the activity on the bench and the fact that one team's played the full 91 minutes so far that there's a bunch of injuries. There's some opportunities that they had there with Mia Yo having a couple opportunities there, the terrific save. So there's so much to build on, especially when you think of how wide open this league season is going to be. From a Perth perspective, it's really good to bounce back after that loss last week. It looked like that might have been a knockout blow from them, but to come back and to play such good football and really take their chances and show a bit of experience says a lot about the team.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of quality to come into this Fremantle City side. We've spoken about how shortchanged they were in terms of options off of the bench.
.92-minute substitution that's happening right now. This is what you would do on FIFA if you want to give them the applause. And applause for Jess Flannery and an applause for April Nossent coming off the pitch with...
Looks like Tamsin Hannon is going to be coming on for Perth. I can't quite see what the other change is at the moment. I think it's just being made now.
It's 3 substitutes, it looks like. Number 3, Lucy Hope, also coming on, and number 12, Alana Ottobrino, has been told to wait because they weren't ready. Daisy McAllister. And she found Lewis Tanner at the far post, and with the goal at her mercy, manages to hit that one wide. Should be an opportunity for a substitute right now if you want to get Otto back on the pitch. Lovely touch from Erin Sear. She's been terrific today, and so much that you can build on. Here's Isabel Lush. And that ball is a little bit too hard and strong for a very, very winning runner who's been running all day, Sophie Mead. And it's so rare when you get a player who's got all of the technical ability as well as the energy and the engine to keep doing all the work. So that's another terrific player to kind of build off for the season. And that substitute has been confirmed right now. Number 12, Alana Ottobrino, coming on for an exhausted Daisy McAllister.
Yeah, speaking of running all day, the energy she put in to get that ball on the long throw just then, she almost had yet another assist. It's been a spectacular performance. She opened the scoring, Daisy McAllister, and I think she's been the standout player on the pitch for both sides today.
So there's still plenty for Fremantle to look forward to for this season, especially in a year full of transition. That is the final whistle from Stuart Beattie. The game finishes 4-1 to Perth SC. Goals galore. Jess Flannery scores. Kim McCartney finished it off with a free kick. We had another goal.
Daisy
from Daisy McAllister opened the scoring. And
it looked like an own goal for the third one. There was a penalty save
towards the back end there. There
was a penalty save from Megan Phillips to keep out Jess Flannery as well in there. Janice Kiyama with the lone goal for Fremantle City.
Josh Chiat joined me, Kalichi Osunwa. We're both from the Perth Football Podcast. Thank you so much for watching and for listening to us as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much to Goran, who's been an absolute superstar to work with and to deal with. Thank you so much to Fremantle City for the initiative to make sure that we can actually provide these night series visuals for the women and for the men. We do know that from the women's perspective, we've had numbers as much as 10,000 viewers for one of the streams for women's football, which has been terrific. And Josh, I think you've got a couple thank yous as well.
Yeah, thank you to you, Kalichi, and thank to everybody watching at home. And just remember, round 3 of the NPL men's season, the big first home game for Fremantle City, the Sicilian Cup. They'll be hosting Balcatta at home, and that is going to be a big community event. So make sure you get down to that one, and make sure you check into the Sam Kerr Football Centre next week for the night series final between Perth Soccer Club and Balcatta. Thank you, Goran.
Done that way.